Alrighty, tidy folks. Welcome back to me being boring, I guess, and doing some stuff and things and stuff. Don't forget the things, right? Can't forget the things. So, today, I will be moving this camera up a little bit. Get a little bit better angle on there. Alright. Today, the parts are in to mod the ECU in the Civic. So that's what we're going to be doing. The guys that I ordered the new flux from sent one little solder wick in the package, along with the flux. Means I don't have to wait for the solder wick to come in to do the job, because I have some. I can do the job correctly. Which is always a good thing. So, gotta pull the ECU out of the case. I'm gonna pull the demon off of it so I don't get, don't damage it. Because that would be a very, very bad day. Because I just found out last night that there is no longer a supplier for these parts. Motes.net, one of the biggest suppliers of ECU parts, mod kits, various odds and ends for doing all of this stuff. They went out of business end of last year. So a year ago, about November. Helps if you take all the screws out, doesn't it? So yeah, no more Chris Motes and no more Dave Blundar, which, funnily enough, I just emailed Dave a couple of days ago in the hopes that he had some answers for me. But if they're not doing business anymore, I'm not sure if they're going to be doing anything, communicating via email on a smaller scale. I don't know if they're going to be continuing anything. So, very sad day for the tuning world in general. I'm sure part of it has something to do with things that are going on, other things that are going on. I would probably be willing to put money on, actually, that the inability for certain types of distributors to get their hands on certain types of parts has to do with lobbies and money exchanging hands, and this whole big drive to try to strike down right to repair and make it so that the only way you can do anything is to go to the OEM specifically and ask them, pretty please, sir, can you charge me way too much to do something that I could do myself for free? Please, sir. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My little clippies. Uh-oh. There they are. If you're interested in learning more about the fight for the right to repair, go check out Luis Rossman's page. He has dumped a lot of time and money himself of his own into the right to repair, into educating people as much as he can, all kinds of stuff. Do a little bit of cleaning up. Okay, so I need to pull before I get too far, I should send an invite or a link to the Facebook page. Oh, I haven't been putting stuff on the channel's Facebook page. Crap spackle. So let me do that real quick. Copy. Paste. All right. Got that. Now, if you guys will notice, don't know whether you care or not, but if you notice, got the Sonys on today, because kind of being out here without just my music, the music that I always listen to, that's, you know, the stuff that makes my brain happy, it doesn't work all that great for me. I'm shorter tempered and more easily annoyed without it. So I got this coming out of my phone, and we'll see how this works. What I need to do Flingle. That's right. This is a guy with pulled pads. Alright. Okay, this is going to be interesting, to say the least. Oh, I need to lift this side. A little bit of flux should help. Little tiny bit of flux. Sometimes you gotta add solder to get rid of solder. Oh. Okay, so that will be okay, so that's R2. Do I need R2? Actually? I don't. I don't need R2 at all. I need R3 and R1. Both of which appear to be fine. It's kind of chilly out here today, too. Again. I really wish I had itty bitty pliers. Bam. He's out. Okay, now we're going to clean these pads up. Okay. Kind of wish I had a different tip for this, honestly. I also need a different angle on my dangle. These are slightly annoying. Okay, so we're going to add a little bit of solder back to it. After I do a little bit of tip maintenance. Oh, lovely jubbly. That one's fine. I don't want to dump a whole bunch of heat into this freaking pad. It's already pulled two somehow. Hello? Okay. I think that was the problem. Sometimes solder doesn't melt all the way through your plated holes, for one reason or another. So you have to, if you can reach the other side of the hole, if you can reach the other side of the hole, you gotta go over there and do some maintenance over there before you can do it on the back side. Come on. That one's not gonna go. I'm gonna have to do that one funny. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. So you guys want to know something funny? I ordered 2,000 resistors. Well, it's fine. I didn't realize I ordered 8-watt resistors and quarter-watt resistors. I thought I ordered the same for both. I guess I didn't. Alright, well, R3 is going to get 1500 ohm. That's this guy. Which hole is it that's giving me hell? R3, obviously. Let's see if I can get the solder clear of this side. Hey! Alright. Das ist gut, ja. Alright, so first things first. What I'm gonna do first, bite, is I'm gonna clean this guy nice and good. Get all this extra flux off of here that we don't need. Something's getting in the way. Something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of G. So tell me how it should be. Kinda wish I had a wash. I wish I had a wishy wash. Bam! A lamb. Oh man. Sometime in the past, apparently, I have screwed this thing up pretty not good. desperate, I will run for so long. Okay. Okay. We are going to do the thing. Yes. And then I have to copy that guy, the other guy. One of those guys. I'm going to copy one of those guys to put the other mod in. Sometimes I wish I had a bendy thing. R3. The green light flashes, the flags go up, churning and burning, they yearn for the cup, they deftly maneuver and muscle for rank. Alright, R3 is in the hole. Now I need R1, 6,800. Sun has gone down and the moon has come up. So there is a cap to ground, which would be R2. So I can put a cap back in. I'm gonna put a tiny cap in though, like a 2.2 nano. Come on. Okay, now this guy's going to have to sit up at kind of an angle because he is larger than the resistor that was originally installed. He's a 1/4 watt instead of an 1/8 watt. So, what we're going to do is that side's going to stay straight. We're going to bend him kind of like that. Stick him in the hole. I'm actually going to grab a cap real quick. Oh, before I get too far. Oh. Yep. Come on. Give me the calculator. What's 1 divided by 35? 2.8. That means nothing to me. That's weird. Okay, so maybe it's 22 nano. Where's the, I guess, chip kit? Let me see if you can even still find them. I think it's a 22 nano. You son of a biscuit-eating bulldog. Yeah. Okay, so people are still carrying these things. C51 and 2. Those are stable. Those are stabilization caps. I need to go a little bit smaller than those, honestly. So doesn't tell me what size the caps are. I'm pretty sure they're 22 nano. Yeah, it's that same image. Everybody's got the same thing. I don't tell you what the value of the caps is. Fearable. What? Guys, you're crazy. $150. Okay, whatever. It's going to be, because it's a small signal, and we only want to damp the AC. We don't want to store a lot of charge. What do other signals have? And this ECU's dirty. Okay, well, we're going to go with 2.2 nano. That's what we're going to go with. Might be in the other one. Oh. Yeah, I think it's going to be... Do I not have? What the hell's your problem? Oh. It's not you. It's not my phone, it's my media player. It's skipping. Popping, actually. Which I have a feeling has to do with laptops. Okay, so turn Bluetooth, make sure Bluetooth is off on both the laptops, see if that fixes it. Okay. That did not fix it. Cannot deal with popping. So I am going to put it on my phone. We'll see if that's any better. I cannot do popping in the audio. No. No. These are all Pico. I need Nano. Cabo. Rolled into one. Ah. Lydia, Lydia the tattooed lady. She has eyes that walk so, and a torso even more so. Encyclopedia. There we go. 22 nano. Water sighted the wreck of the Hesperus 2, and proudly above waves wet right in blue. You can line a lot from Lydia. 2.2 nano. Bam. That's the one I wanted. All right. I mean, 2.2 to 3.3. Not a major difference for this purpose. You can see. Oh, parade. Oh, Washington crossing the Delaware. La 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 la. Lydia, oh Lydia, say, have you met Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. Up the hill comes Andrew Jackson. You can see. You can line a lot from Lydia. La 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 la. Picasso. Looks like by Picasso. Just go dive up with her pajamas on. So we have Treasure Island. So social security number. He said Lydia. He said Lydia. Come on. Ruh-roh, Reggie. I need a little bit more heat, I think. I think this is a ground plane. Yeah, there's no way that's going to happen. Which is probably why the pad got pulled in the first place. So what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to put the cap on underneath, not through the through holes. We'll just jumper the cap across. Which means I'm going to put the resistor in right now. Fuel I burn. Fuel is for big engines. Still popping. It's got to be the Sonys, which means they're going away. I don't know what the hell is wrong with these damn things, but I'm not doing popping all freaking day long. Ew. Ew. Why do I hear music? A couple doors down. I'm too lazy to go investigate, and it doesn't bother me enough to care. One wants to lay in their backyard and listen to music? That is on them. That is a thing they want to do. Okay. Turn this the correct way. I can deal with it. A little bit of tip maintenance. Okay. I also found, what did I found? These. Little end snippies. Hoi-yo! Yeah. Those are not very good solders. Those are quite not good solders. Focus! Which way am I going? Oh, I'm flipped again. I forgot to flip it back. I'll do that right now. So I know which way I'm facing. You gotta do that. There we go. Now I know which way I'm facing. That way. Or that way. Or that way. Or that way. Or this way. Or that way. Or that way. There's a hole in my thumb. It's not pleasant. Alright. The cap needs to go from... Wait. There's already a cap on there. On the multiplexer side. C1. C1 is enormous. I don't want C1 that big. So, we're going to remove him, and we're going to put the small guy in there. 2.2 nano. 2.2 nano.
Okay. Fill the holes up just a little bit. Which will allow me to clean my fingers off. Find out here in about half a second whether putting alcohol in a hole in my thumb is a good idea or not. I don't seem to feel it, so I think we're good. I mean, I don't know that that's a good thing. Uh-oh. Come on. Okay, so we're gonna put a bunch of solder in the hole. What I need is my solder sucker. I have no idea where it went. There we go. So there's a technique to using solder wick where you start this crap again. Where you start further up. You don't start it right at the end. You start a little bit further up. Kind of like that. Once it starts wicking, you drag across your joint. Damn it, son. This joint is not cooperating at all. I think it's the ground side. It will not go. So we're putting the cap on the backside. What we're doing. It's okay, it's a tiny, tiny cap. Not a big deal. The only problem with doing this is trying to snippy these leads.
guess that worked. Pick it, pick it, pick it, pick it. Okay. I'm gonna need the glue gun. I want to put a little dab of glue just underneath that guy after we're done. So he'll go there for right now. I also need to do the other mod. Now that that's done. Also, we'll need to fix the wire harness a little bit. Huh. Okay. We're not using that. Okay, need a 1K resistor. I have 1K resistors somewhere. I guess I put them away. Okay. Oh, 8-watt guys. I wish I'd been able to get that surface mount resistor soldered in there. That'd have been adorable. Okay, so first thing I gotta do is cut me some wire here. Okay. Oh, come on. Fine. Okay. Apparently, you're going to want flux. Why do you keep doing that? Alright. Now.
Now.
Look at that. Pretty.
Yeah. Do that. And then do all that.
Alright. Do not break the leads off. Bam. And there we go. We have resistor on le thing. Alright, now we need RM2, pin 4. So RM2 is... which guy? I forgot. That guy. RM2. Where's my marker? Okay. RM2.
Okay, we're going to mark that is pin 1. That's pin 4. That's pin 5. And I took it from up here in the middle. Don't need to really take it from the middle. We can take it from right here.
Can I get a little bit more? No. That's all I've got.
We're going to kind of zoom in and let you guys see a little bit closer what I was doing. Might actually have to go get my jacket again. And I'm going to get the phone out though so I can take a look at it. No way. There's still copper there. Brush that debris away a little bit. Alright, that guy is broken. I need to go up top, do pin 5. Which was this guy, right? I wonder what all that crud is.
I don't know. Okay. Dip, dip.
Scrub, scrub.
Wish I had a microscope.
That would make this so much easier. I also wish I had some way to clamp the board down. Okay.
Oh, a piece of copper's gone. Now I need to measure it and make sure, make 100% certain that that connection has been broken. Just what I wanted to do. Oh, come on. Whew. Okay. Now, that's connected.
I want to make sure this guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No connection. That is the right place. 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then pin 4 is bottom. Get the 6th one in. I guess I just flip it over, huh? Nothing there. That line.
Make sure we also didn't accidentally bridge something that we should not have. And bam-a-lam. Yeah, I'm gonna have to download the VOD because I forgot to hit freaking record.
Whatever, it's fine.
Alright, wire mod, where'd you go? Wire mod, where'd you go? Wire mod in my hand. Okay, so I can actually use this guy to size the wire mod correctly.
Okay. There's that guy. Okay. Then we need to bend that down that way. Because it's a through hole. That I need to clear out. Oh, we can move. We can put this guy back away. We're going to put this guy away. Oi! Okay, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut this back. Put a little bit of flux on them. Bam, lamb, just like that. We're going to come over here, do a little bit of tip maintenance. Add solder to this guy. Needs a little bit of flux. Okay, and then we're going to try to get all the solder out of that hole that we can. Hey, looks like it worked. Nice! Yo! Yo ho ho, and a bottle of... Okay, now we're going to come over here. I'm going to verify that that sits there. That got a little bit bent. Okay. Comes up through there. Comes up there. Through there. And we've got... that guy. There we go. Oi. Okay. And then pick. What? Oh. Okay. Okay, I need to bend this lead a little bit. Kind of like that. This wire also is much happier with flux. Okay. Move this over here somewhere. Then hot glue gun. Pluggy plug. Hey. Alright. Plug that guy in. We're gonna hot glue gun the wire in place. I guess just hot glue the wire in place. I'm ever so tiny, slightly itty bitty bit concerned about how fast the insulation came off of that end of the wire there. Get the glue off the tip. Oh. Angies. Part of me wants to go get a monster. The other part of me says, you're addicted to caffeine, jackass. Don't do that. And the part of me that's addicted says, yeah, but monster. So, what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to cover kind of this whole section by the connectors with glue. Not hot enough yet. I'm pretty sure we're done with the soldering iron. No, we're not. Well, over here we are. We have to take it over to the car here in a minute. But we can turn it off, save the heater element a little bit of life. Put some glue in there. Put some glue in there. Some glue on there. Some glue in there. Just a little bit of glue in there. Then we have to do this kind of quickly. Put some glue there. Push it down. There we go. Something kind of like that. Then we unplug.
And then we unplug. Thank you. And the mods are done. I need to clean up the wire harness, for which I need this. Don't need signal generator right now. Put him over there. We'll probably need flux, solder. Just gonna drop the shoe. It's fine. Yeah, we'll drag the cameras over there. I should probably put the ECU back in the case before I get too much further. I also want to take and straighten out this cover. It's been banged up pretty good. I had a little hammer somewhere. That little hammer. That little hammer. Also going to take a wire wheel to it. The case halves. Clean up the end of the hammer with the spinny boy real quick. Alright. I want to do it on top of the vise, but the workbench is not a good place for this. Guess what I can do, okay? Watch this. A little rag here, right? We stick the rag on the vise. Kind of give me a little soft, flat area. Vise is clean. Rag's not helping that much. Better. And then I'm going to get the wire wheel drill here. Oh, which means I need to move this guy. Sorry for any funny with motion sickness. Because I need to get ready. Oh, wait. Battery. Lead battery. Okay. Then I need to find a wire wheel. Or the nylon wheel. Which I completely forgot I had. Nylon wheel. Yeah. Okay, ECU is going to go up there real quick while we get a little bit of scrubber rating on this guy. It's not going to be perfect. It's not even going to be very good. But I do want to look at that. It's gross. I want to clean it up a little bit. I don't even know what that is. But it's getting all over the demon. So we're going to come down here and do it. Hey. Would you quit? Where to put it? Oh, raggedy rag. Come here, raggedy rag. A little bit of wiping off with some alcohol here. Yeah, there used to be a coating on here. It has corroded and now been stripped off. One of these days I might reseal this thing. Or I might just go find a whole other case. I don't know. Oh, but what I do know is wipe away some of this, some of that, and then put ECU back in case. Bam. This stupid little rolly chair does not stay under you for anything. Put the screws in the holes. Give them a little bit of a torque it down. When I say torque, I mean like 8 foot-pounds. I don't even know that it's that. It might be like 4 foot-pounds. Kind of like that. Flip this guy over. Put the demon back on. Need to thread this guy through here gently. Then we can stick the demon on. Yeah, there was no need for me to take the spacer off. No idea why I did. Because now it's fallen through. And I gotta pull the demon back off to put it back on. I'm a smarty pants apparently. I was like, I had 2 spacers on here. It was a truck, or a, well, it was a thing, a car making that sound. Cars should not make a sound like that. That was terrifying. Okay, put the demon back on. Put the pins on the demon. Upside down, apparently. Okay. Hook up our communication line. Route it back through here. Kind of like that. I need to put the screwdriver on the floor, apparently. That's what I needed to do. I need to put the injector driver hold down back in. That is the most important part of this whole setup. This injector driver holder. We do not want to fry our injector driver. That would be bad time, no bueno, sad face for everybody. Okay, now I need to D-pin. I need a straight pick for that. So I need to D-pin the wideband from B14 and repin it to EGR pin, which is that D17? D17, which the thing calls 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, D12. Yeah, D12. And I don't need this guy open to figure out which pin that is because I have the spares. Maybe I should paint the ECU. or give it a little acid bath. The covers, I mean. Give them a little acid bath, and then, clear coat them maybe. We'll need flashlight. I am going to move the cameras over there so you guys can hang out with me over there in the car. First, I'm going to go grab my little jacket again because my hands are cold. So, I will be back in just a moment. Oh, that's the wrong one. That guy. Oh. Hopefully, today is the day that I can Civic out of the garage again. So, first things first, move this little tray. Okay. Your kid's guy, you can slow down. All right. Move camera. Okay. Ooh. I know the Cannon's going to be sitting outside the Civic, so we're just going to put the tripod all the way up on him. Lock our legs back down. And then grab El Logiteco. Cables all over the place. Okay, let's move you to the car. This is going to be kind of fun. And by fun, I mean not fun at all. Because having the cameras over here kind of puts them in the way a little bit, but I'm gonna see if I can't figure out a good method and or placement. I'm gonna put you rear of the door. Perhaps rear of the door.
put the computers rear of the door. Set you down and hope and pray that you don't fall while I walk around the car. Okay. Now, close you. Now comes the also fun part. I guess I don't want you all the way up, do I? I want you down a bit. Kind of like that, probably. Okay. And we put you kind of stupid thing. The hell was that sound? Huh. I don't know. Stuff's making noises. I don't know what it is. Why are you being uncooperative? So, this would turn that way. Power is fine. Logitech, you go inside. I don't quite know where though. Maybe that's not gonna work. But I do this. Work. Can you see kind of what I'm doing? Okay, so the more important one, we're gonna go big Logitech. There we go. Now this doesn't need to be pointing just at the floor. Okay. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Because what I need to do is I need to go get a straight pick. Bring the soldering iron over. Ed, you are actually in the way by quite a lot. Okay, so we got our Siddeley soldering iron over here. Put him there. Put him sort of there-ish. Bracket with power. Could you please go like down there? Thank you. It'd also be nice if I could pull the harness out. Oh. Put it on the bench. But the way this harness is routed, that is not feasible at this moment. Okay, so we're going to do this without kicking the camera a bunch. Oh, pick. Need pick. Get a straight little pick. which is always the one I lose the most. I have a bunch of 45s and a bunch of, I don't know, ones with like 6 different bends in them. But, oh, whew. I got a bunch of these. Forget which camera I'm talking to or looking at or whatever. So, this pink wire needs to come out of here. Oh, this guy. There's one over. How the it's in here. Why do you keep doing that? Quit. Ugh. I need to swap these two. Well, no, I need to pull this one out, put this one in here, then E14, 17, 17, 11, 12, 13. What? Oh, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, swap them. Okay, need to swap them. Need to swap them, and I don't remember how these pins are retained. Sorry about that. This is annoying. Not having enough room is also annoying. Huh. This stupid thing, this trim piece, keeps grabbing my frickin' hair and pulling it. Super annoying. Ah. Come on. Actually want to. Oh. Time it rains, my freaking allergies act up around here. It's kind of annoying. I want to unwrap these guys. I want them all tangled up in there. Okay, so this guy. 12, 13, 14. Go. There we go. Come on. Really? Super annoying. Oh. Damn it. Quite irritating sometimes. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's incredibly entertaining. Then there's times like this. That's not the case. Stupid stuff too. It's never just something like simple. It's always something stupid. You know, I really wish you would just sit somewhere whatever reason, they will not seat in the connector. But I need something blunt but small. Blunt but very small. But stiff. Try my little tiniest punch. I don't think it's small enough. Honestly. What the hell? A different pin? Oh my god. Apparently the first time when I was trying to put it in, I was putting it the right orientation. It wouldn't go in, so I thought it was the wrong orientation, so I flipped it around. The classic USB dilemma. Well, that is in. I need B14. It's gonna be well. I was gonna count them, and I was like, "Oh, it's the one that I screwed up because I couldn't figure out how to pull the pin out before." Ah. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we swapped those wires. Now comes the actual fun part. The actual fun part is this guy. That I screwed up before. I gotta fix that. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna de-pin them. Yes, thank you. Exactly what I wanted you to do. Thank you. Okay. Okay. D-pin him. I need little pliers. Mr. B. Go away. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna cut it. We're gonna cut it to fix it. I'm just gonna add brown in the middle. That's what we're gonna do. So here, that back a little bit. Lovely. Old brittle plastic. Guess we're just going to have to be pretty careful, aren't we? Okay. So what we're going to do then, brown. This is not the way you do this, mind you. So, always remember, kiddies, do as I say, not as I do. Um, oh yeah. And to untie the brown so I can get it out straight. Get it out straight. Then what I might be able to do, I'm just going to break this thing off of here. Maybe not break. Maybe actually get it apart safely. Hey, all right. Then I can bundle all the wires back up in it, can't I? Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to wrap these together. Twist them together. Run a heat shrink up them together. You want to know something that confuses me? How exactly it is my roommates seem to be doing laundry every day of the week. Like the last 2 weeks. Swear to God. How do you have that many clothes? Who has that many clothes? Why would you ever need that many clothes? I actually want to put a little bit of external flux on here. Little bit of external flux. It doesn't take a lot. When working on cars, if you're doing it kind of the cheap way and you're using paste flux, My rule of thumb used to be there's no such thing as too much flux, because it'll all just fall off the wire anyway. And of course I got sharp little pokey bits because I didn't wrap the wire fully correctly. That's fine. For automotive purposes, just squish them down with a little pair of pliers there. Then we bring the heat shrink. Come on. There we go. All right, so that should be it. Should be able to plug the ECU in, program the two new sensor inputs that I was previously not using. Yeah, to be able to get everything working. Oh, I guess it would help if I put this guy back in, wouldn't it? There we go. There we go. There we go. Now it's time to clean the thing out and off. Yeah. I am going to give it a test before I get too excited. Beans. Let this guy in.
His face all chalky white. What's up, says Brown. Have you seen a ghost? Have you seen your Aunt Mariah? Oh, me Aunt Mariah be buggered, said he. The bloody pub's on fire. On fire, says Brown. What a bit of luck. Everybody follow me. Down to the cellar, if the fire's not there, we'll have a rare old spree. So we all went down after good old Brown. Booze we could not miss. And we weren't there 5 minutes or more, till we were all half pissed. And there was Brown upside down, licking up the whiskey off the floor. Who's the firemen cried as they came knocking at the door. Okay, don't need power for this guy. Alright. So, get you guys up here. Bam. Get you looking there. I'm gonna move you. I prefer to have that cable there. Okay. Open Neptune. Key on. Connect USB. We are connected. Oh, we can't put B6 on here. Although, should now be able to turn that guy on. EGR lift input. Once he heats up, we should start getting a little bit of voltage in there. That should be 5 volts. Hey, there it goes. 5 volts. Alright. So now, I transpose that chart for the AEM UEGO into the EGR lift input in the settings. And then, problem is I can't put B6 input as a gauge. Why can't I put B6 input as a gauge? Oh, B6 input is already a gauge. Sorry. Alright, so now I gotta figure out the voltage settings for the intake temperature sensor. Means I need a way of monitoring the voltage. What? Oh. Okay, so B6, I need to remove wideband. Wideband is now EGR. Okay. That can't be right. B6 should not be reading 5 volts. Oh, I guess I gotta clean the hood off. We're gonna disconnect that guy. Clean the hood off. I'm gonna heat that sensor up and see wonder if it's disconnected. Stand by. Stand by. Okay. This guy goes in the car. Every car should have a fire extinguisher, OEM or not. Honestly, cars catch fire. They have flammable liquids and vapors and sources of ignition. Cars catch fire. Oh, modified or not, cars catch fire. Lovely. Ow, I think. Okay. Just set nail the table for now. Moving the mess from one place to another right now. Which will mean that I will have to clean it up later. But for now, it's sort of fine. Now it is fine. Okay. Please tell me I just have the sensor disconnected. Cross fingers, guys. Cross fingers, the sensor is just disconnected. It's not. Okay, so green, white. I already put that little cover back on. I gotta take it back off again. I can take this guy out of here. What I gotta do, I gotta make sure the green white is tied to the green white. And then shouldn't be 5 volts. Huh. Okay. Pull the wire bundle out of this thing. Weird little cover thing. Wrap the solder up on the reel. Stick it off to the side. Okay. So what I need to figure out is that's on yellow green D2.
The heck is D2? Oh, stand by. Let me get my Lenovo power. Wait. Oi. Ugh. I've got the schematic and stuff pulled up on here. D2, this is called 19. Sensor voltage. What? No, green white should go to green white. Because that's ground across the whole thing. Yeah, green white should connect to all the rest of green whites. Why do I have that going to there? Okay. Well, we'll cut that. Because that's just going to, yeah, we just have 5 volts going through. Coming onto this pin. Through a 3K resistor. Well, that's not how that works. Okay, so I need to connect it to green white. Which is pin 12, D12. Oh, it actually works for doing it the other way too. I don't know why it wouldn't. There is no reason why it wouldn't. Disconnect you real quick. Yeah. Why in the world would I have connected that to that? And I was doing a bunch of dumb stuff. Huh. Okay. Well, that needs to get cut. And to bring the soldering iron back over. And the D pin, green white. Okay. And green white. Hold it out of the bundle for me. Oh, jeez. I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm going to cut it. Strip both sides. Oh. Wrap the other two together. Don't use such a crazy, insane amount of heat shrink this time. Honda didn't even solder these things. Honda just put a little brass slug around them. Shh. All right. Now, let's solder these guys together. Uh, There we go. Why the heck would I have put it on sensor voltage? No idea. There we go. And shrink the heat. Heat to shrink. Bam-a-lam. Oosh! Now repin that into, I forget where. Okay. Click. All right. Now, before we put that little cover thing back in there, now it says 0. Shouldn't be 0. There should be voltage there. Coming through R3. Okay, what happens if I unplug the sensor? There's a voltage there.
Okay. Maybe the sensor's bad? Perhaps the sensor's bad. Shouldn't be, it's brand new. Hasn't even been used, actually. Oh! Maybe I fried the sensor by hooking it up wrong before. That's a possibility. It's shorted internally now. I put the... Okay. Let us check the resistor. .7K. Exactly what it should be. When I plug it in, it's 0 volts. It goes straight to ground. It's going to the same ground that the other intake temperature sensor goes to. Which means something funny with the B6 input line. Let me check. Pull this cover off. You know what's cool about 65 series 4-truck battery? No interior lights, other than like a cluster. And the thing sitting here doing not much of anything. All that's on and drawing power is the ECU, which takes nothing. The SRS module, which takes really nothing. The various sensors, which are going to be milliamps. The coil, which is going to be, once saturated, maybe an amp. And then the intake IAC, idle air control valve. Okay, so let's check. Sensor ground there. Volts. 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 5 volts right there. 5 volts right there. Okay. Okay. There's no voltage reaching the line. R3. There's 5 volts on both sides of R3, which means the red line
This is weird. If I disconnect the sensor, okay, sensor disconnected. I get voltage on that line, right? What? R1. I have. Why is that? Shouldn't be like that. I should have the sensor disconnected. R3. 5 volts. 5 volts. You connect the sensor, 1500 ohm, cross R2 is not populated. R2 should have 5 volts on one side and ground on the other. Of course, the pads are gone, so it's not going to be anything. Okay. And then R1, 800. Green white goes to ground. The wire harness, or the schematic for the wire harness, says that too. That green white is common ground, common reference, I guess, across both temperature sensors, throttle position sensor, etc., etc. So, I do currently have 5 volts on R3. Five volts on both sides of R3, which is what I would expect. Um, 1.5K. RM1. Let's take a look at RM1 actually. I'm taking the schematic at its word without discount double checking, which might not be the best idea. Okay, so pin 3 to 4. Okay, so which pin on RM1 gives you 5 volts? Ah. so I'm going to check RM1, this guy here, pin 3 to 4. Yeah, that's 6.8K. Then pin 1 to 2. That's 6.8K. So if we go 1 to 4, it should be a combination. That's 10K. Should be higher than that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. Okay, so pin 10 must be 5 volts. Not denoted on here anywhere. So if we turn key on, down there, pin 10 is 5 volts. Okay. So, key off. That means if I go from pin 10 to pin 3, I should get 1500. I put it on the correct setting. $1.5K. Okay. That's what I'm doing. 1.5K. Interesting. Interesting. Why is it not working? If I do a little bit of math right now. Just a discount double check. 1,500, 3,600, 5,100. 5 divided by 5,100 is 1 milliamp. Close to. What if I go from wrap around stuff? Okay. Third one into the bottom. Okay. Did I connect the sensor back up yet? Okay. I'm going to check that section for short to ground real quick. It's not shorted. Which it's brand new harness. It should not be shorted. Ugh. Okay. Sensor is connected. Now when I check this, it should be 3K. Well, 38K. Or 3.8K. There. There. $3.5K. Okay. So I am currently confused. Sensor's connected. Go here. One side of R3 have 5 volts. That was weird. Okay. Both sides of R3 have 5 volts. That's not right. One side of R3 should have other voltage. What? Okay. So, if I disconnect the sensor, red, yellow should have 5 volts. It's not. Why does it not? Hmm. Okay, so B6. Wait, what? B14. 14. 3 from the end. Go to R3. This guy. What? Go! Jesus. The new version of the Logitech freaking trackball has far too aggressive a sleep characteristic. That's 5 volts. What? Okay. And yeah, that's B6. Okay. I'm gonna see if B6 on this ECU, maybe the line's broken. Oh. No! No! Stand by, grab it. Oh, God, my roommates. Okay. I was in the middle of texting you back, but it's huge, so I figured I'd just call. It'd be easier. So yeah, I was today. I was actually planning on the kiddos are coming up, and I was gonna kind of drive up with them, you know, in my Civic if I got this project done. I'm still debugging it. There's something going funny, so it won't be today, but I can be up there tomorrow. And it's all. I mean, I'll probably be up there tomorrow regardless. Whether we're doing anything on the van or not will depend on whether we can get the parts or not. Mostly it's going to be wherever the parts are. If they're in Pokey or Chubbuck, or they are, what's the nearest hub? I guess it'd be Idaho Falls. If they're in the Idaho Falls hub, then we can get them here by tomorrow. If there's stuff that's not at the hub that we need, which I don't anticipate, it was a really popular van for a number of years, so those parts should be everywhere. And all we really need for parts is, at this point, is the radiator cap, which should be on the shelf in both stores, honestly, and then the rear brakes, which are probably on the shelf in both stores. With the brakes, I always recommend don't get the cheapest pads, and it's not a race car, so you don't need the highest pads, but one of the ones somewhere in the middle. If there's 3 options, I always get the middle one. If there's 4 options, I get the one that's not the highest, so like the third one up. And just kind of, I go with that, with like 2/3 or 3/4 of the way up the list. They'll be the best quality and the best lasting for the money. Yeah. And then...
Well, that's probably fine. But if there's like 4 options, price between middle ones, then I might, because I just don't drive it very much. It's my second car.
Right.
And so, like, I've loaned it out a few times. Kate was driving it while his back hurt, so there's miles on it, you know. So, like, might be good enough if there's a huge price. If there's not a huge price, if it's cheap, let's do it. Rather not have to replace it on time, if ever. I think the car will break before I have to replace it.
I mean, like I said, that one's in. I mean, all of the caravans and Grand Caravans that I've ever seen, that is the best condition one I have ever encountered in my entire life. Honestly, because most of the time the people that own these things are, I don't know, they're living on Social Security, or for whatever reason they don't have the money, or they don't want to spend the money, and they let them fall apart.
The people I got it from, they bought it. They live in Oregon. They have like a farm and stuff. So I mean, they towed their boat with it and had kids. Kids were older, so they were like, I mean, they left, but it wasn't like crazy. And then it sat at 129,000 miles. For got the transmission out. So probably like 2 weeks. That's when they gave it. Found out the transmission wasn't out with the catalytic converter, and so I just got that removed, battery and stuff, and that was it. And then I probably 7 years.
Yeah, that's not a lot of miles.
Yeah, 6 or 7. I put, and that was before I got this car. So, you know, that's when I was driving it regularly too. So, yeah, I mean, it's been, so, I mean, they always did all the upkeep and stuff. So it wasn't.
That's good. And we could, if you really wanted to, we can get rid of the check engine light. We can go get a weld-in cat. I can cut the empty one out, or I guess they put a test pipe in probably, huh? But we could replace the cat, like, so I'm betting that's not a California model. I don't remember specifically looking at the sticker, but a non-California cat, you can get them for $100, and I got a Sawzall and a welder. We'd have to bring it down here, obviously, so I could use my welder, because I'm not packing up the welder in the Civic.
I wouldn't care.
But that and then replacing the EGR valve would get rid of the check engine light. It'd go away, and then you'd know if there's actually an issue because the light would be able to come back on properly. And the EGR valve, when I looked it up, I think that was in one of the quotes I gave you. I think it was only like $60. Like, it was insanely cheap for an EGR valve.
Well, let's see what we can find that way.
So,
It's nice if you can, oh, that's wrong, you know?
yeah, and Tate's buddy probably does a lot more business than I do, so he probably gets a better price break. And then so doing the fluids, the brakes I can do. It's going to require 2 or 3 hours and the assistance of a second person because you got to pump them. And then that's just brake fluid, and I don't have a pump anymore. My pump broke, so we'd have to buy a little. They just have a little like hand pump, so we can pump the stuff out of the master cylinder. So it'll be just a fast. We can do it without pumping stuff out of the master cylinder, but it takes longer and more brake fluid to do it that way. And that's going to be like That's going to be. I think the pump's $40 or $30, and then brake fluid, you just need one big bottle. I usually go with .4 because I've had brake fluid boil on me before, and that is terrifying. But it doesn't matter. .3, .4 for the van. It's either way. They're going to be about the same price. It's like $6 or $7 for the bottle.
I can't. Like, that's.
Right. And it would probably be what I might do, because I was kind of half tempted to drive up later tonight and maybe crash on Tate's couch, or crash somewhere. I'd have to. Most of the reason I never have in the past is because I like my own space very, very, very much. I'd rather drive than not be in my own space. But if I can get up there tonight, this afternoon, before it gets too late, we can go to Joe Riley's and get a quote for just doing all the regular stuff. We can leave the EGR and the cat for later. I can bring up the scanner so we can verify the codes, make sure nothing else is cropped up, and that it's just the O2 because of the cat and the EGR valve are still the only things in there. I can bring the manifold, the AC manifold up, and it's cold right now, which means AC 134A is going to be slightly cheaper, so that's helpful. But we can check to see if you've got a leak or something, and see if we can't figure out where that might be. Bring the vacuum pump. If we're going and getting, if I go up tonight, we'll be ordering the parts for the brakes, or they'll be in town either way, which means I'll have to bring tools. So I'll make sure I pack up the tools.
So they're all leaving to go to Albion at 5:30.
You're gonna go see King Arthur?
They're going to Albion to see haunted houses. Watching Connery.
Right.
But Connery and I could go. Brothers with you at that time.
Yeah.
And if I get Kate, the person, I can't remember who it is, and we'll just put it on that account. We'll buy whatever you need that's there. Way you can work on it tomorrow, whenever.
And then
Or work on it, however you want to do it.
I just thought of the power steering probably needs flush too. That's gonna be the same thing though. We just suck it out of the reservoir as much as we can, and then put fresh in it and call it good, even though the reservoir is only about half the capacity of the system. All you really need in the power steering system is the friction modifiers from a good fresh fluid to keep it kind of healthy.
Sounds like you're kind of like a tune-up. Is that what I'm hearing?
Standard preventative maintenance.
Okay.
Speaking of tune-ups, when was the last time that you know for sure the plugs were done? And I guess it'd be in miles. Years don't matter. Miles matter.
I've never done them. 2000 at least, if not longer, you know.
Okay, so
Since then.
we should probably get plugs and replace them, because if they're standard coppers, coppers last 30 to 50,000 miles, platinums last 40 to 60,000 miles, and iridiums, which I can almost guarantee you don't have in there, last 60 to 80,000 miles. So we should probably do that. Plugs are, if we just put coppers in there, it's actually, what year is it again? 02? 06? It's probably got platinums. So if we stick platinums in there, you'll have another 40 to 60,000 miles, depending on driving conditions. So, 14 years before you have to replace them again.
Right. I got a new bumper for the front bumper because it was got it at U-Pull. Saw that cord, plugged it in and power steering working. So I didn't have power steering because I was out of that time. I don't know if that means it needs to be plugged or not. But
No, it's just the power steering flush is just the oil itself doesn't go bad. Like polymer hydrocarbon chains, they don't go bad. There's no such thing without outside of burning them and changing the chemical structure. What does fail and gets old, goes bad, wears out, gets consumed, whatever you want to call it, is friction modifiers, which reduce the overall friction in the system. Power steering pumps there's two major kinds, and I don't remember what the one is called, but it's two gears that squish a fluid together to make a high pressure, and the other one's the vane style pump, which is the more likely that you have because it's the more common design. But it's metal on metal movement, and you really want those. There's no for the metal on metal, there's no bushings, there's no rubber, there's no plastic. It's just straight metal to metal contact, and you want the friction modifiers in there like a manual transmission. And it's just drain out what's in the reservoir, top it up with fresh oil, and you should be good to not worry about it for a while.
okay. Like, last a week, when my battery goes out in my other car, it will become my treasure time. So I'll
Right.
try to either save or make payments, pay for a new car. I don't like doing payments, so I'll probably use that one for a while.
Right. There, you can replace that battery pack yourself. I mean, sort of yourself.
Yeah, I might. I just want to have a second car, so I'm not have to make a trade on time.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally why I own the Accord that now has a leaking brake line, actually.
Sounds like we need to get that fixed.
Yeah, they're $180 a piece, so I gotta figure out which one it is first. But that was, I went to Jimmy John's and the brake light would not go off. And I was like, well, that's weird. And so I fiddled with the park and brake, think maybe the switch is kind of funny. Fiddling with the park and brake, no change. Hit the brakes and it goes off. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. Also, so I get to Jimmy John's, pop the hood, and the reservoir's empty. I'm like, uh-oh. I look underneath and there's a hard line right in the middle of the body, just right dead center. Rusted through, got a little pinhole in it. So, that's going to be fun to replace, probably.
I know my brake light's been coming on in the lead that button most of the time, and that seems to help, but the brake light comes on almost every
Is it the symbol light or the word brake?
the word brake.
Yeah.
Still doing that too. I forget to put it up a lot, but not often.
And which I have a feeling it's the ABS. It's one of the wheel sensors doing it, which means you'd have to go to the dealership and have them diagnose. You have to pay them their whatever $100 fee to diagnose it. If they figure it out and they tell you what the part is, we can do the part and replace it. So, yeah, it's the Leaf is at the point where it's just got to go to the dealership because my tools don't have the right stuff to do it. Okay.
And then once that's all fixed, where I'm at financially, and then start the next thing. Sure.
Sounds good to me. Hopefully I'll get this mod done today and I can clean the car up and head up either tonight or tomorrow morning.
I'll transfer that account to the card so that if it's under $500, I think it would.
I don't imagine why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, so I think I can do a little more than that if I but right in there. I'll transfer. Because we'll have church and stuff. After that, I can go. So my dad's just at my house. My hose bucket. Straight out car and then whatever.
And depending on what happens with this mod, if I can get it fixed like soon, then I'll probably be doing the heading up thing. If not, and if I end up having to spend tomorrow trying to figure it out too, then it might be Tuesday.
That's fine. During the week, I'd be able to help. If you pumping things for the brakes.
Yeah.
Because I can work around my schedule around what you're needing.
Okay.
I don't have that many appointments this week. So. And that would actually probably be easier than tomorrow.
Okay, then we'll plan on Tuesday or Wednesday then, and I'll take a little bit more time. I won't rush on this thing I'm doing in the Civic.
Okay. Oh, and if you that's fine if you want to drive my van back and do work there, so you don't have to stay or go back and forth, even if it's whatever you want. I'm super flexible.
I mean, that might be easier because packing up the tools and huffing them one way or the other is slightly more irritating than doing it the other way.
Right, so if you drove down, you could take my car back, and then when it's fixed, go back and then take the car back.
Right.
Parts, so, but that's probably going to happen during the week. Have to stay over. Majority of everything stock or with it.
Yeah, it's like it was super popular. I imagine they're gonna have the parts either at the store or very close.
And I think we're going to.
I don't know how Tate does it.
What do you mean?
He does it. He's always on. There's no off with that man. I don't get it.
It sleeps in sometimes on days he's early. So take it easy. Try it. So not off.
I can't imagine Tate sitting in a chair for more than 5 minutes.
It doesn't, but I can't, so these things push through. But that's not, my body doesn't, and because I know that but I couldn't get going. Like, it was probably noon before I felt somewhat, like, I was thinking, I forgot to drink my coffee. I've never forgotten to drink my coffee in my entire life. And, I mean, since I've been drinking coffee, which was like, I started at 6, I think, coffee. And, but since then, I've never had to drink coffee. I'm sitting there at the table, it's like 11, I'm playing work to do something, still in my fingers. I had gotten up or something, and I'm looking, I'm thinking, well, how do I feel so bad? And I look over at my blender, and I see all my coffee stuff still in it. I put, like, collagen, cinnamon, and stuff. I get it all ready, butter, things like that in my coffee. And so I'm like, I didn't have my coffee. But that's because, like, after the night, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how he does it, but it worries me because it's some body. Oh, it can do it, but it's something like it's gonna just be like, oh, no, that's enough, you know. It's been way too many years, 4 hours, overnight to sleep, 12 hours, and we're just not meant that even with the
Candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long, right?
well, that's what worries me.
That's what worries me about not necessarily my body. I don't have a feeling my body's going to go out, but my brain runs at 6 times what everybody else's appears to, from my experience, and it's like, is this a good thing? And can my body continually make enough energy for my brain to continue working at this pace? And will my brain degrade faster as I age because of it? So me with dementia will be just standard people. Wouldn't that be nice? I actually think I just found the problem with the ECU, so I might have it fixed in like 20 minutes. And I might even just come up this weekend just to. When are they heading out? Are they heading out tonight or are they heading out in the morning? All of them when they go to they go see. Maybe I'll come up and do like and stay the night and like just do a hangout. I don't do hangout things. I've never done a going somewhere with friends and hanging out and hotel or staying the night or something, like just doing that. Everything I've ever done in my life is like, I'm going on a road trip. I'm going to West Virginia to see my wife's grave, or I'm going to Michigan to help my buddy put an engine in a car. Like I always have a plan, like a purpose, yeah, to go somewhere. And as I get older, I find that I find that friendships appear to mean a lot more to me internally, which is what I assume happens to people during high school, where they start to make close friends, and those friendships actually have some kind of like an impact emotionally. I find that in my 30s that's starting to happen. So I'm probably, if you were to attach any kind of like it's not a label, but a concept to it, I'm probably extremely intelligent, what would you call that? Book intelligence, like logical intelligence, but emotionally very unintelligent. A lot longer pace that other people did 10 years ago. So Tate is a social vampire. He absorbs other, and it's probably why people always feel drained whenever they're like done dealing with him, because he's taken their energy and now they don't have any more. They're just like, can we stop, please? He's like, nah, bro, we're going. I mean, I don't know that I've ever met anybody that I would about necessarily, but you know, of all the people I've met, what I can tell, Tate's a pretty good guy. He's a good human. He's a good friend. He tries to be as good a dad as he possibly can, given the tools that he's been allotted. He does that. Sounds about like Tate. Josie was always 4 to 6 hours late everywhere she went. That is not the kind of lifestyle I can lead. I gotta get there at the very, very latest at exactly the time I said I was gonna be there.
I felt pretty secure. That's when I said, be done. Well, I thought you would be early and talk to him. The guy's there. He doesn't tell me this. He was like, I'm getting stuff done in my house. So he's like, well, turns out he thought it was pretty 7. So that's why he was done early. So with that one, he was saying 6:30, which is very much exactly what I thought he said. So I know the time frame wise, just time, so he was early. But
That's what I try to do to Josie. That people would be like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna meet at this time," and so say it's like 1300. So I tell Josie, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get there at 10." And then doing that, we were only about an hour late.
he can do well. Like with me, they're playing. Gets to work 98% of the time. He makes the bus. So, you know, he's got his moments. And I struggle. It's not that I don't struggle with it, but I can be patient and wait. I just like to know. I am a promise. Bought me a pen, and it said, I mean, it's just always been my name. I always think I can do, and fit it or, and he does the same thing. So I definitely understand. But he doesn't get that. I seems to quite get the right stuff. We'll work that out. Other than me. So last night I was as frustrated as death. I didn't take that well.
Right.
So I got not a yellow. Here in a minute. I'm gonna get that done. Let me know. Like, I don't want you to do like, oh, you don't have to pay me. I know you're not working and stuff, but I want to pay you. And I want you to be. Oh.
And I've been thinking the past few weeks about like what, because I put an ad on the Logan classifieds. Soon as the Civic's like back up and I've got this problem, I can drive the car. I can clean it out and drive it around. I just rather, when I'm driving it around regularly, I don't do the projects that I want to do. They just kind of get ignored. So once I get this last one little fiddly bit that I have a new result, which is good, but it's the wrong result, which is bad. Once I get that sorted, I'm going to put an ad on Pocatello Facebook page and offer, my services, Pocatello and Logan and Preston and kind of, this whole area. And I've been trying to think about like what I should charge people because shops are at like 130, 120, 150, somewhere in there right now. And I'm like, that's way too much. I get it, stuff's getting expensive, but that's too much. So I've been trying to think of what we were doing in Arizona was 65 an hour, and that was 10 years ago. So maybe that's what I'll start with.
It didn't come through. No. That was 5 minutes ago. You haven't been on your way already. Anyway, probably should go.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep checking out my problem. I'll we'll fiddle it for probably Tuesday. So, all right, I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Friends, where's friends? Okay, now what I need to do is I need to warm the sensor up. To that end, to that end. Heat gun. Heat gun, heat gun. And then, I'm probably just going to do the math and figure out what the voltage should be at various points along that curve. I don't even know that I'm going to do it as a curve. I might just do it fairly linearly. Be on with it. But we're going to heat the sensor up real quick. And make sure this voltage changes. We're at 3.33. Not really changing. So we're going to open the air box and blow hot air into the air box. Because I don't want to burn the sensor, the housing, or anything up. But I need to make sure that I can read the value as temperature changes. Ah! Whoa. My intake's not even on. Ah. Alright, we'll kind of do that. Alright. It's already at 0. Alright, now we sit and wait. Let it cool off. As it cools off, that voltage should continue to come up. So 4.5, 4.7, 4.9. I think we're good. So the problem was R3 wasn't actually connected to R1, R2. Yeah, the problem was R3 is supposed to come over to B14, which it did not, because B14 is connected to R1. So the way the PCB is built, what am I looking for? Yeah, so the way the PCB is built, R1, 2, and 3 right there. On the top side of them, there's pads and a trace that runs between all three. Having damaged the pads in R2 underneath, the one on the top also came off because it's a plated through hole. So pad comes off the bottom, the through hole can come through the PCB, and the top pad came off. So R1 and R3 were no longer connected along the top there, which meant I was getting 5 volts to B14, but there was no voltage divider, or there was no connection between the voltage divider out to R1, the 6800 ohm resistor that passes data to U5 multiplexer. That was the issue. Okay, let's go back and check Neptune. Make sure we're still, yep, still moving. Okay, I'll put the airbox back together and I'll start cleaning all this stuff up. I think I'm gonna go, should I go to Pokey tonight? Actually, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call, first call, which is Joe Riley's commercial. It's Ryan from Sal's Motorsports. I wonder if we can find a roll of butyl rubber. And it's the roll of soft sealant that we used to use on like old windows, like side windows, especially the ones that like bolt to the body. Yeah, the the rear panel windows, ones that don't roll up or down or anything. And I looked it up before, and it was like order to store, ship to store. Um, Try ribbon sealer. I don't know if that's it or not. My issue is I need to find some of the right viscosity, and I don't know. So if we order, did you find one? Yeah. So if we bring one of those in, can we do it? Is it special order or is it something we can bring in and I can take a look at it? Okay. You got a, I don't know, uh, quarter wrench? Bring that guy in. I need to check. So I got some from Home Depot that's meant for like flashing on roofs, but it's too hard, so the panel that I put on the door doesn't stick to it all the time, and in the heat it gets too soft, and in the cold it gets really really hard, so the panel just like falls off. So I'm hoping the stuff for automotive is a different formula, so I'm hoping that this stuff will be. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'll work out just fine. I think I can only use like 6 foot of it for all four doors. It's gonna suck though, because now, assuming it does work, I'm now gonna pull all of the stuff that I've already put on all four doors off and replace it. I might. Okay, that works. Well, I will. I will see. Well, I'll either see you then or I'll see you on Monday. Yeah, it all depends on if I'm in town or not. I'm debating on going to Pokey tonight. So, because I did some mods on the ECU. I added a second sensor to before the filter, and I've been trying to figure out for the past like 3 hours why the heck it's not working. Turns out my gorilla fisted soldering previously, I lifted a pad that was actually a signal pad, and didn't have the signal for it. But I had to fix that, and now it works. Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, that's done. I'll about time for an air filter, actually. So put that on there. Put that down there. Need to. Apparently I've been driving around without the intake mounted fully. And it's only 10 or 15 miles, so it's not a huge deal necessarily. But still something I need to pay attention to. I also need to come up with a better solution for a vacuum canister. Maybe I'll build one, I don't know. Let's screwdriver, tighten these guys up. A fiddly flathead.
Zippity doo dah, boys and girls.
Okay. Intake tight. And then might take you guys out to the Volkswagen and see if we can't get it to do the thing. What the shizzle dizzle? Somehow that clamp came all the way undone. That's fine. It's still on here. Not a big deal. There we go. So we gotta wait for. I'm gonna put the passenger door back on too. Oh, so we're gonna put the ECU case back on. Turn the key off since we know that's fine. Turn the key on and disconnect Neptune because it freaks out if you don't. And I'm gonna start cleaning the Civic up and putting stuff away. Woo-hoo. Yes. I'm quite happy about this. This mod has been some time in the making. And I am quite happy that it is finished and functional. Doing exactly what I needed to do. Now I need to set up. I don't even have to set the wideband up. All I had to do was switch the switch in Neptune to tell it what signal to use. So I did that, and now it's using the right signal. Easy peasy. So what we gotta do now is clean everything up, and then I'll take you guys out to the Volkswagen. Take a look at it. So even with the replacement alternator that has a much cleaner output than the other alternator did, it still went into limp mode this morning. Which, as you guys can imagine, is no bueno. It's not good at all. Because that means that obviously, that was not the issue. Which means, subsequently, that there is still an issue somewhere. It's been some time since I cleaned up my tools. Which means they're all a mess. We don't like it when tools are a mess, do we? At least I don't. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Oh, all right. I also, at some point, need to do the Ford's shift solenoid gasket.
loud thunk. Okay. Oh, let's grab this stuff. Then I gotta clean off the table over there. So, tell you what.
Look at my belly.
There we go. Not that it necessarily matters because I'm not going to be standing right here in front of the camera. But, oh, actually, I need the whiteboard. Okay. So, diagnose the meter. Need to, oh, what am I doing? Over here. I have a priorities list. Okay, so I did that. Get rid of that. Okay, so right now is clean the Civic off and out. Don't get distracted. Just do that. Clean the Civic off and out. We're going to do off first. Off is first. I need somewhere to put my freaking level. Problem solved. Alright. Green light does not actually need to be in the top of the toolbox. Green light can go, for now, on the firewall. I'm going to need to move that here in a minute just because I'm going to need the book bag for stuff and things. Things and stuff. Oh, and don't forget the stuff and things. Trash. I'm not going to throw that. It's made of metal. These are both trash. Hoi! Hoi! Need to find a supplier for brake cleaner. I am absolutely out of brake cleaner. And look at this mess. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. Gotta clean it up. Clean it up, clean it up, clean it up. Clean it up, clean it up, clean it up. Okay. Fine. That's fine. Drill bit somewhere not in the toolbox. Over here. Where there's other drill bits. Okay.
Okay. Okay. What I really need to do is like go through everything that I own. Disassemble every tote, every box, every container, every shelf. Organize things intelligently. And then pack it all up wherever it needs to go to that end. Oh, that wrong. But while I'm here, I can grab other things. A 16 mil socket. Nothing uses 16 mil. Also missing a. Oh, I've been missing that for a while. 14 short socket. No idea where 14 short socket went. But got that sorted, so that's good. Stuff still on top of Civic. I have no idea what to do with it. Tape goes in here. You know, I put one underneath the toolbox earlier. Fine, it's fine. We're fine. I'm gonna find out if my roommate wants these seats parts for his bike. LED is bad. Hoi! Fly thing, go. Go away. Go away. Oh yeah, screwdriver. Gotta close up the ECU. I'll take you guys out into the V-dub once this is all cleaned up. Okay, we'll need this in here. Here. Haven't you heard that I'm the new cancer? Never looked better. Can't stand it. For now, we're going to get this stuff out of here. I'm not going to put the cover back in the airbag module right now. Oh,
think I need it for anything. It's kind of there just to prevent people messing with stuff. Since I do know what I'm doing, and I have no desire to futz with the airbag. Freaking flies, man. Freaking flies. I can leave the cover off of the airbag computer, even though I really have no need for the airbag, because by the time the airbag goes off in these cars, you're dead anyway. Sounds like there's people racing up and down the main road in town, which is dumb. Don't do that. Go find a local track. Or find a road out in the middle of nowhere that has no people on it, that will likely not have any people on it in the near future. Do not race up and down the main street in your town. Not only is it a bad idea, it's also a dumb one. It is a dumb idea. I should probably clean all of this stuff out of here, right? I hate this mouse. I dislike it so much. Grab the trash can, clean some stuff up, put tools away. Tools away, tools away. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the spark plugs too. So let's grab stuff to do spark plugs. Real quick. I need red Loctite for spark plugs, right? Coppers. What? Oh, okay. Need this thing. Check the gap. Make sure the gap is correct. And I have me a vintage NGK. Kind of sad to use it, honestly. Because it's just cool. Four. Actually, 4-1.
1.1. They put the freaking sticker on the back over top of the metric measurements. You can't even read them. No, it is 44.1. Okay. I do need to go a little bit, tiny bit bigger. That was too much. Just right. Just right. Too much. Just right. All right. Well, can't really move much around, can I? Stuff is in the way. It's going to be quite difficult to move things around. I am getting quite warm. Take off the lead jacket. Pull the wires out. Grab our handy dandy socket here. Oh yeah, almost forgot. I also have to make sure there's nothing in the engine bay from things dropping down in my still not sealed cowl. Alright, so I've got these 6 heat range iridiums and they look sooty rich. That's probably from when I had the OEM ECU hooked up and it was just dumping fuel into the system. I glue these things in. Got Sooty Rich. Sooty Rich. Sooty Rich. Woo! Still smells like fuel. Cylinders still have fuel in them, apparently. Nice. Oh yeah, we don't want to use a socket. I want to use the one that does not have the little rubber thing in it, because we don't need him getting stuck in there. Tell you what, actually, gonna try a thing. I've never tried it. I don't know if it'll work or if I'll even be able to do it. But I'm gonna see if I can't clock the plugs. The reason we would want to clock the plugs is to get the mixture burning in each cylinder at exactly the same point and as early as possible when you give it the spark. So I don't actually have any, I do, I have extra washers. So one of the kind of the problems with clocking spark plugs is if you have to add a washer, you're pulling the plug out of the head further, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. You want them all to be the same height in the head. You want them to be sealed. You keep your compression inside the cylinder, obviously. So what we're going to do is we're going to snug these, and we're just going to see where they sit. Go till it stops by hand. That's what we're going to do. Stops by hand. And we're going to see if we can't get these clocked at the intake. I don't really have a whole lot of faith that I'll be able to, honestly. Okay. So first one I can clock. Second one, maybe. Third one, maybe. Number 4, not so much. Or number 1, not so much. Well, actually, yeah, number 1. My only concern is number 4. Number 4 is not torqued nearly as much as I would like comfortably to see. I'm just going to throw these iridiums away so I'm not tempted to try to stick them back in later. I have another set of, I have iridium 5s, so it's fine. Those are 6s. I have a feeling the 6s are running too cold now that I'm out of the desert. So, dielectric the wires, stick them on, we'll see if she starts, see how she runs and idles. I might need to tighten number 4, which would kind of unclock it. It would actually put it at 3 or 4 o'clock instead of clocked noon to the intake. But I think for just right now, I just need to start it, see what it sounds like. Right? So dielectric grease on the plug wires. Run the wires down there. I did find a new throttle boot, or a throttle cable boot. Just trying to remember what the heck I did with that thing. Right now, let's get the trash can down. Trash can down. Oh, trash can down. Oh. Throw these boxes that I threw on the floor haphazardly in a trash can. And kind of clean this Kusala Goopa Goop out of the car. All this nastiness. Asphalt. After which, I'm definitely going to need to wash my hands. Look at that. Gross. Icky, gross, nasty, gross. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. I have to pull the rest of that asphalt up and put down Dynamat and foam. The front's going to be kind of a pain because it's still dry. I'm going to go check. No messages. Okay. Wakes for me. Wakes for me, boy. Also, I'm pretty sure this is a stopper, the brake and the clutch pedal on the Hondas. Looking underneath the clutch pedal, the one on the clutch pedal looks like it's about to fall out of there. If it does, the car won't start. Well, it won't crank. It would start if you push started it, because you don't need the clutch to push start it. But it wouldn't crank, which means it wouldn't start with the key under its own volition. So I should probably try to replace this real quick. Get down there with a flashlight, give it a little look. And then we'll go take a look at the Volkswagen. Figure out if I can get up in here. Doesn't look like it. Harness is kind of in the way. Annoying. You know I've got a better tool for this, right?
use the radiator hose breaker lucerator tool. Alright, look at that. Comes right out. For no reason. Okay. Now we try to take, this is going to be the freaking hard part right here. Trying to get it in. Getting it out's easy. Is there any possible way I can do this with my hand? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Like just far enough away that you can't get your finger on it. Now that I've taken it out, okay, here with this, try, see if we can't get it behind it. What the? Okay, so now we try, see if we can't get the bent pliers up behind it. Where are they up there? I don't see the bent pliers. Okay. Now comes an incredibly fun part. And by fun, I mean not fun at all. I have no idea if that actually seated or not. Looks like it did. Okay. That was not nearly as difficult as I was anticipating it to be. Makes me happy. Always makes you happy when things are easier than you thought. Okay. We're done under the hood. Yeah, and so my problem, I guess I could, no, just do the math. I should be able just to do the math for the temperature sensor and figure out what the voltage needs to be. I need a mount my fire extinguisher because I don't want it rolling around, getting damagerated. All right. So what I need to do now is I need to move all this crap. First, I'm gonna try the Volkswagen. So. That
Actually, I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to end the stream here for today. Sorry, the camera views weren't as good as I really would have liked them to be. I apologize for that. I don't really know how to set them up. Like, I don't have mounts and things such that I can set the cameras up in a really good position where I can work. Why don't you guys tell me the music was gone? I mean, the stream's done. I don't know why I'm turning the music on. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, I got the ECU mod done. Or mods, I guess plural, technically. Got the ECU mods done. That didn't take nearly as long as I thought it was going to. I just got the clutch switch bumper done. That didn't take nearly as long as I thought it was going to. The rear tires are wearing in the middle a little bit. I think I need to pull about 4 pounds out of them. So I'll do that here in a minute. I've already done a video on doing the math to figure out the tire pressure. So if you need to do that, go check out the video. Yeah, I think that's it. So I got some other stuff to do. Maybe we breakfast and debating on going up north tonight. Maybe. Really? Alright. I will, I'll see you guys later. You have a good afternoon, evening, morning, day, whichever. We'll see you in the next one.